SPY triple Q. As I mentioned you yesterday on the SPY, this 585, guys, we need these fives in the next year, looks like because 585, 585 holds the market very nicely. Indeed, yesterday as well, it just bounced from the 585 level, and I think it's going to get into the new year as well. This 585, it needs to be definitely noticed and remembered as a very strong support on the market. So we are starting nicely to the green side, not nicely, but much better than yesterday, right? 0.27 on the SPY, triple Q 0.23, and as I see, even Tesla is getting to the green side. I'm going to watch a lot the semicons today traders, SMCI and NVDA. NVDA is, it was and has been and still looks like it's a nice and green one in the pre-market too. So this is what I'm going to watch for. 2025 going to be a phenomenal year. Yeah, I feel likely as well. I don't know how about you traders, but you know, like the number of 5 indeed, it's one of my favorites. So let's see. Maybe, you know, it's just wishful thinking, but 25, I think it's going to be a great year for sure. Okay, one thing is for sure, traders, we are going to be here for you to support you as just we did in 2024. And I just would like to tell you, and I'm just going to tell you as well, and at the end when I'm going to say goodbye for this year at least, that I'm really grateful for your support, for your interaction. All of us, like Scott, DVG, Clifton, and me, and Amir, who is on holiday now, we are very much grateful for you to take this really serious, I mean, trading, and not just serious, but we got a really, really great time in the trading room for sure. And let's just continue it in 2025, and that's for sure that 2025 is going to be a great year for us if we are going to stay together for sure. This is guaranteed. So let's just move to the market. Hi, Roger. Thank you. Happy New Year to you as well. Okay. So I'm just going to get some nice movers here because we have, even in the last day of 2024, seems like we have some kind of a great movers. So we are not going to be empty-handed to start the trading day. Thank you, Lee. Thanks a lot. Yeah, that's just, you know, it just drives us every morning to get up and to trade with you guys. Well, I got up a little bit more early than Scott, DVG, and Clifton, but you know what I mean. Okay, guys, now let's just see what happened on the market. Indeed, big red day yesterday. Not that ugly, but not the nicest for sure. Today, very nice pullback. Seems like that maybe the last trading day of 2024 is going to get a frame or give a frame to 2024, which was an incredibly strong year for the stock market traders. If I may just go for a small recap. I just wrote my newsletter today, of course, as well. And indeed, for 2024, we have seen incredibly nice moves for the indices. And this looked like the following. Like for the S&P 500, it was a 23.8% for the year. Incredible, nice, and strong. Dow has risen 13%, and of course Nasdaq is on the top rank, on the first place with a 29 and 88% surge. So indeed, this was an incredible year, especially for NVDA, Tesla, not even mentioning Palantir, Microsoft, and the rest of the big stocks. Beautiful year. Let's see whether it's going to be continued. Well, today seems like, as I've told you, that the 2024 is going to give quite of a frame for that year with a green day, highly likely. On the economic news, we don't have too much at all. It's not a big surprise. Even the European markets are closed. For today, it's a bank holiday. On Asia, it was a quite of a mixed day so far. On the Asian section, Nikkei was into the red side, but Hang Seng to the green side. And I'm going to watch definitely Baba today with some news on the DXY index, the dollar index is still remaining quite of strong. And even as I've seen, the rates are jumping a little bit, but not too much, still on 4.54, over 4.54 on the US 10 years. And the crypto, which just led, I think, a small weakness, not just on the Bitcoin, but even on the stocks, is just bouncing too. So now the Bitcoin is back over 95K, which is quite of a good news for the stocks as well. Well, in the news, it's a lot of, recap of 2024 and what we can expect for the 2025 year. Well, lots of analysts are still on 50-50 whether, because of the last comments of the Fed, regarding the Fed rate cuts, which are going to be much less than indicated first. That's why 50-50 among the analysts who are expecting a little turbulence in the market prices. Well, guys, I'm sure January is going to be huge volatility, highly volatile. Reason for that, not only that we are starting a new year, market is overheated as we could see. It's just if we just check the daily chart on the SPY, it looks like as a perfect cup, not cup and handle as well, but rather a head and shoulders. And this low of the head and shoulders, it's around the $580 level. So indeed, this is what I'm going to watch into the next weeks. But please don't forget that tomorrow it's no trading at all. So the market is going to be closed. It remained closed. After that, Thursday, Friday, of course, the whole room is going to be back to you and support you in trading. And next week is going to be a shortened week again because of very sad happening of Jimmy Carter just passed away. So the 9th of January is going to be a memorandum day, let's call it like that. And the 30th of January, it's another one. It's a Washington Day. So indeed, quite of a shortened weeks ahead, but I'm sure that the volatility is going to remain and day trades are going to go really well. And as I mentioned you, despite of the last trading day of the 2024, we still have some movers, not too many, but some indeed. And the first one, which I've just seen, it's Verisign again, like yesterday. This is an internet stock which just jumped 3%. It's VRSN. Well, yesterday I had a little trouble with the volume and especially the pre-market volume and the average daily volume with VRSN is the same today as well. So I cannot just call it to the long side. I'm just going to call it to the secondary list. But seems like there are a little bit more good news for the stock. So I'm going to take it just to the secondary list, VRSN. But the one which I'm definitely going to put on my long list is Tesla. Tesla is just popping 1.7%. It was fighting a lot yesterday. Let's just be clear on that. And seems like now it's just getting a very nice move to the upside. Maybe after these 3 days of losing, it can be a reason for that, that usually if we witness on a stock a profit taking, after 3 days, it's just seeing a dead cat bounce on the or a pullback. So this is, I think, first of all, what we can witness on the Tesla. And if you just check the daily chart, you can see the 20 EMA, and not just the 20 EMA, but regarding the past historical data or the price action, we can see on this 413 quite of a strong support. So this is where it is just jumping at the moment and looks quite bullish for today. So my first bullish score for the last trading day of 2024 is going to be Tesla. And I mentioned you the semicons, which are definitely good, especially after NVIDIA. NVIDIA, I'm just astonished on that stock actually because NVIDIA is just moving completely against the market nowadays. Like yesterday, the market was going down, and NVIDIA, especially in the beginning of the day, it tried to make a pullback. Of course, it gave up on the pressure later on, but as you can see, it's in a nice 0.87% to the upside. So NVIDIA, I'm going to call it to the long side too, and SMCI, which I've just seen, super microcomputer, gain more than 1% after closing the previous session at the worst performer in S&P 500, falling around 4%. While the stock has still increased about 8% this year, it has slumped into year-end shedding 6% months to date. But SMCI is a quite volatile stock nowadays, and I must tell you, I like this stock for a day trade. So let's just see whether this almost 1% to the upside at the moment can be continued for the day. So SMCI is still on my long list. EQT, it's an energy company which was higher 1% a day after announcing the closing of a Bitstream joint venture with Blackstone Credit and Insurance. Now, as I see EQT, since the news, it's not doing that much good, like it's into the red at the moment, but I like the fact that it had a nice, let's call it like a trial for a pullback. I'm going to put it just to the secondary list. More on the news side, we have a small therapeutic stock, Sangamo Therapeutics, which is just plunged 54% after Pfizer ended their hemophilia A gene therapy co-development agreement with them. I don't like that stocks, but if you like these really low price stocks, I would definitely recommend you to look at it. Okay, and one more on my list, which is not one more, but a lot, uh, which is related to the Bitcoin. As I mentioned you, Bitcoin is on a pullback finally, so we can watch Mara, Coin, MSTR, and the rest for the long side for today. As you know, Bitcoin has not had so far a really nice December, and it was a quite of a big pullback. Now, as you can see, coin, it just made the same move. It's very much moving together with the Bitcoin, but now seems like that is just seeing some strength. So I'm going to watch coin, Mara, and MSTR as well. And let's just get to the big movers here. And please, if you have any candidates traders for today, please just let me know, because definitely it's going to be a great help on the last trading day of 2024. But if I'm just checking especially my watch list, I see Maracoin, Tesla, UPST, which is just making a nice move. Palantir again to the green side, 0.87, AMD, NVIDIA, PDD, OS, and BABA. As I mentioned, you Baba has a great news today, so Baba is going to be on my long list. Hi Ali, Nitsan, good morning to you. ACAD, this is a therapeutic sort of pharma stock, right? If I remember right, yes, it's a pharma stock. Wow, nice jump. Okay, I guess it gets some good news. I love these lower price stocks, because especially pharma stocks with the good news, because usually they can just continue higher. I'm just going to get it to my secondary list. I like it very much indeed, ACAD to the secondary list. Okay, what else here? Hi David, good morning to you. On my list, actually, I have a lot of greens. To the short side, I see only Disney and Pepsi. And because of that, I'm going to watch Disney and Netflix maybe to the short side. Among the big movers, I'm just checking the gainers and losers soon. How does it look like? All right. So, USG, this is a gas ETF, UNG, it's a gas ETF. It does not mean too much. Okay, I cannot see too much to the short side. This is the truth indeed. Some stocks which are not really high on the pre-market volume, unfortunately. JKS, which I see is just a 2.29% to the lower side. As you know, the 10 stocks, the solar stocks are still in a trouble because of Trump presidency, as Trump favors the oil and not the green energy. So maybe we can watch the 10 stocks for today to the short side. But anyway, let's just keep it to the long side until the market just get to the green side so far. Hi, DVG. Good morning to you. So to the short side, at the moment, I don't have too much. PepsiCo, which is going down, Disney and BA. So BA, I'm going to get it to the short side and maybe even PepsiCo. And I'm going to watch Netflix closely because if you just check the Netflix daily chart, that looks like interesting for a continuation too. Also, as I just told you, if the triple Q and the SPY remains to the green side, it's not going to go to the downside. But I feel like that among the really, really big stocks, Netflix is one of the most extended. So that's why I'm going to watch it, whether it can just break the $900 level again. And I'm just going to watch it to the short side. But there is no doubt, last trading day of 2024 looks bullish, so far at least. Let's see for a continuation. I have much more candidates to the long side. I'm just going to send it to you like now. And that's it. I think I'm just going to stay for an hour to trade in the guidance room as usual. Definitely you're not going to miss me on the last trading day of 2024. And again, traders, I'm really grateful for you, for the 44 trading room as well, to spend this incredible year trading with you every day. It was just a pleasure, and I really hope we are going to continue in 2025. I wish everyone, to my favorite team here as well, Clifton, DVG, and Scott, who is going to be away for today, but an incredible 2025. Happy New Year, traders, and see you next year, which means on the 2nd of January. So have a nice green one at the last trading day of 2024, and see you on
Can I get a quick sound check? Can you guys hear me okay? All right. Well. Good morning, 44 Trading Nation. We are at New Year's Eve. Can you believe it, folks? Unbelievable. What a great 2024. We're on our way to 2025. Couldn't be more excited. One thing is for sure. Only thing constant is change. In fact, I think, if I'm not mistaken, Aggie moved to a new place. Scott moved to a new place, and we just moved to a new place. So forgive me right now, sound quality, things like that. Listen, we're trying to work things out. I know in the new year, like I've got the camera set up, trying to get the angles right, do all the stuff. So I'll be on camera more in 2025, but super, super excited for that. In the meantime, bear with me. I'm trying to make sure that everything gets set up. We're still living amongst boxes. We were working pretty diligently last night to get all that sorted out. Well, listen, 10 minutes before the market opens today during this session, and Seth, good morning for sure. Lee, good morning. Paul, great to see you. Nitsen, good morning. Good morning, Mark. But here's the deal. Let's talk about 2024 in a quick couple-minute recap, okay? AI for sure, front and center, top of mind. We saw that reflected in a lot of the big tech names. So keep an eye on that. Mark your levels. Look at names like Microsoft, Meta, even Netflix, right? NVIDIA. These are names that we're going to have to watch in 2025. I say that meaning build a shopping list. For example, yesterday I started building a position in MongoDB, MDB. My target was around that 230 level. We hit it. 230 to 232 was kind of where I want to build some swing trades. So we have that right now moving into the next couple weeks. If it falls below 228, I'll dump it. But point is, trying to look into 2025 as to where I think money's going to move towards, right? So it's kind of the Wayne Gretzky mentality, move to where the puck is going, not to where the puck is at. And in this scenario, like I'm looking more broadly at what are the new big buzzwords, quantums, QMCO, QUBT, QBTS. Like there's a bunch of names in the quantum space. So definitely keep an eye on the quantum space. I think that's going to be where the big money starts to shift in 2025, at least temporarily, short to midterm. We're also going to keep an eye on nuclear energy stocks. So we're talking VST, CEG, things like that into 2025. And then, of course, there's going to be winners and losers in this AI space. So CRM was kind of the first one to spike the ball on using AI to actually make a profit. So that's CRM, Salesforce. And we saw that in names like that. We're also seeing it in names like, in Microsoft and others. But fundamentally, it's important to just kind of keep an eye on where's money moving, where's money going, and then of course hedge around some of that. So semis, I think even watching yesterday's markets amidst a move, was keeping an eye on Nvidia. Nvidia was showing some impressive strength while markets were kind of not as strong. So I'll be keeping an eye on Nvidia. Does Nvidia actually get a shot at maybe breaking out over 150 at some point in the near future? Possibly. But moral of the story is there's a lot of names that are poised to break out and some that are going to break down. I think it's our job as traders to keep an eye on those things, to say, hey, like, what are those things? We know, with rates dropping, et cetera, but based on the Fed's policy and seeing what Forex pairs are doing currently, likely lending is going to be tough in 2025. So what does that mean for banking names? What does that mean for any name in the financial services space? So fundamentally, while yes, we keep an eye on markets daily, right? We keep an eye on what earnings are coming out, what announcements are coming out. It's important to look at the macro. What did 2024 do for markets, right? This idea of inflation, I think, is here to stay. I don't know if it's going to really go anywhere anytime soon. But fundamentally, the importance is now, will the strength of the dollar continue? Question mark, question mark, question mark. Right? We're seeing some money move towards crypto quite a bit as a hedge, which for those of you who understand Forex pairs should be a little concerning when you're talking about strength of a dollar. But again, 2024 has left us a lot of things to think about, exciting things as traders that we could benefit from. So as we look into 2025, yes, the 44 trading room, we're going to make some changes. We're trying to grow this community to about 350 members. That's the plan in 2025, and we will do so. Just be on the look for more content, etc. On our side. But if you're thinking about joining, maybe you're trying a free trial, highly recommend it. We've got a great room of traders here in the community. But before we kick things off here in a few minutes, I know we said good morning to a few members. Let's talk to, let's see, Ali, welcome. Good morning. Bartos, good morning. Darian, good morning. David, good morning. Innocent, I'm going to see if I get the name right. Mukarati? Did I say that right? Isaac, good morning. Ken, good morning. Lee, as always. Actually, every time I see your name, Lee, I think of CRWD. Let me see how that looks today. Good morning, Lee. Mau, good morning. Mark, MD, Michael, Vincent, good morning. Paul, good morning. Paul, Romans, oh no, did I say that? Romanus, good morning. Sal, Scott V, in the building. And Vivian, good morning. Right on. Well, look, a lot to think of into 2025. It's New Year's Eve. I got a question for the team. Anybody have any exciting plans? Anybody for New Year's Eve? I'm planning to continue moving in, so not very exciting on my side, but hopefully some of you have some incredible plans. And I'm a bit slightly sick the last couple of days, so that's never fun. Moving while sick is never fun for sure. Let me see QMCO. Morning, Carlos. Morning. Yeah, I think quantum's got a like just the buzzword in and of itself. I don't know all of them, but QMCO, QUBT are kind of the two that I've been keeping an eye on. But I should keep that up today. Let's see. Lee's in the Dominican Republic. He might do a club tonight. Nice, Lee. Good for you, man. Good for you. I admire the tenacity, you know. I hate to admit it out loud, but it's true. I feel like I'm just I don't know, man. I start asking, hey, is that loud when I go into a place? Like, that's never a good sign as I'm getting older here. But good for you. I would totally join you though, I promise you. I'd totally do that. Michael, of course, living the dream down to Bangkok, New Year's, 2.5 hours. Oh, cool, man. Michael, you're gonna be celebrating for all of us. Heck yeah. Well, let us know when you're bringing it in, Michael, because Happy New Year to those of you around the world. Look, I seriously, before we kick off markets in a couple minutes, seriously, I couldn't thank you guys enough. You guys have been amazing. I'm grateful to be part of this community. Grateful to have the opportunity to trade alongside many of you, and you know, in a way, kind of coach, mentor, whatever. Just be a sounding board for some of the trades, and really do appreciate y'all seriously. So as we wrap up 2024, that's going to be what I'm ringing the new year as I cheers with a big bottle of champagne. That's for sure. With my wife, we'll be thanking the 44 trading room, and we've got a lot of great things to come here in 25. So let's see. Nitsan, how about RGTI? Let me just take a look at that real quick. Spaghetti? I'm not sure. I'd have to take a closer look at that. I think today I'm going to be really focused on the big cap names or large cap names. MongoDB is my big trade. So I started a position at 232. So I'm going to probably nail that today and add a decent size. If we get over 236 on MongoDB, I think that's more of like a swing trade. Markets are open. Let's see, QBTS. Let me pull that up real quick. QBTS. Yep, exactly. Another D-Wave. So if you pull up a list of all the quantum names, QBTS pretty subtle volume. I mean, it's had huge volume in the last 30 days. It's kind of hard to take that kind of with a grain of salt, but QMCO has kind of established some volume when it comes to, I'd say, being the leader in the space. And then QBTS, QUBT, like a lot of these names, I think it's good to, maybe start nibbling, do some research on some of that. But I think there's going to be some money shifting to quantum here in the next, 2025 segment, I would say. So I'm going to give the market a couple minutes to open up. A few levels to watch here on the Qs, for example. Bottom side would be 514.33. Anything under that, nail it to the downside. If we hold that, okay, we bounce from there. I may be looking to go long, and that's specifically for large cap tech. Like Nvidia is dropping a little bit this morning. That's no big deal. too nervous about that. Let's see. There's loud music everywhere here. Yeah, leave right on. A little bit of that doom, 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 doom. Let's see, it's already New Year in Australia. Cool, Mark. Heck yeah. And of course, Tesla. Yeah, no surprise. You're loving that Tesla trade. Actually, let me pull it up. Here's the thing with Tesla 42645. 42645 is a level I have marked. If we go above that, it's got a shot at moving higher pretty significantly. If it doesn't, I'd be careful. I'm looking for names at semi right now. So Boeing, I'm going to go long here in a moment. And then AMD, 123 right here. I'm going to keep an eye on that. This is what I was worried about Tesla. So I think it's actually a good opportunity to short Tesla now. In fact, let me do this. What does that look like? Okay, so I'm going to see if we reject 424 again on Tesla. Worth noting, we're going to start off the new year with Tesla deliveries. So that could completely explode the stock to the upside. So I'm going to wait. AMD though looks good here at 123. So I'm going to start that. That's going to be my first trade on New Year's Eve. Is AMD 123.10. We are in AMD. Okay. And I'm watching Tesla short under 422. Okay. Let's keep an eye on that. Okay, we started a position here on Tesla. Let's see if we get some movement. We're long AMD. Watching the Qs here and the SPY, getting some love to the upside. I'm going to add to my swing trade on MongoDB that I started yesterday. I will add to that over 236. Here comes Tesla. I'll add under 420. If we don't break that, then I'll probably just get out of the way. There comes Tesla. Perfect. Let's see a breakdown to about, I'd love to see a breakdown to like 412. So I actually used the anchored VWAP on Tesla. It bounced right on it at 412.01 in the pre-market. So maybe we go test and see what that looks like. I don't know, but I'll probably take a partial here around 416 maybe, something like that. Let's see if we get some active selling here. I'm also watching coin now. Let me pull up Lily. What's Lily doing? What are y'all watching? Don't be shy. Okay, here comes a break on Tesla. I'll probably take a partial here in just a moment. 3, 2, 1. There we go. Small partial on Tesla. There we go. Let some runners do their work. With the AMD trade, I'm not going to hold it for too much longer. I'm going to keep an eye on the close. If anything over 1.2 or under 122.40, I'll dump it. I don't like this move now in MongoDB. Market's looking like they want to peel off a little bit to the downside. Q's now getting a little heavier. Keep an eye on that 514.33 level, y'all. Okay. Nice move here on Tesla. This is what we're looking for. We're letting our runners pay us. So 415, I'll take some more off, and then we'll let the rest do their thing. Okay. There we go. 416, a big level for Tesla. So not surprising that we literally hit 416 and kind of bounced here. But 416 is kind of like that psychological level that we broke below yesterday for the first time in a while. And if we start peeling off below that, maybe we get that drop to 412. If we break 412, we've got runners to work for us. But keep an eye on AMD here. I'll probably dump it any moment now. Just waiting. Just waiting. That's a subtle undercut. I won't wait too much longer under the close here. Um, the only reason I'm waiting is I see the bounce to the close, seeing some rejection of the close on AMD, and seeing the Qs get a little heavier, see the SPY get a little heavier. Um, Actually, right here, I'm going to take a little more off of Tesla. Second. There we go. Took some off of Tesla, another partial. Now it's free money, y'all. So we're riding this thing down if it continues. And AMD, I'm going to close out any moment. Guys, there's that break under 415 on Tesla. Big trade now. Look, we paid ourselves on the way down. I've got 100 shares left. Let's see if we can clock those in for a nice W this morning. Big trade, big trade. Love it. And I'm going to dump AMD. No big deal. Guys, if you're looking for long positions, look for names that are positively correlated, meaning they're strong. I'm going to use an example right now. Microsoft, right now, way stronger than the Qs. If you haven't thought about, put options or things like that, use them as hedges, right? I'm going to be cautious here on the Qs. I think the SPY's got a chance to, maybe go test that 587 level, right? But every time we see the dip, we're seeing buyers in certain names. So names like NVIDIA, names like Microsoft, obviously Tesla. I think Tesla's got some room to wiggle further down. Does it break 400 question mark? I don't know. Am I breaking up? Guys, can you hear me okay? Carlos says I'm breaking up. Carlos is in the Alps, so could be his internet. Can you guys hear me okay? Hopefully you can. Hopefully you can. No problem here in Florida. Okay, Mark, you can hear me. Cool. All right, cool. All right, guys, keep an eye on the Qs and the SPY. So the SPY, again, 587. So I might actually, I want to wait to see what it does at the close. So the close is, pretty close here. No pun intended, but 588 and a half-ish. So do we bounce from there on the SPY? And then the Qs, again, two levels to watch, 514.92, 514.33. So these are kind of levels where we might bounce. If we don't bounce, we might actually see some legitimate selling today, which is no surprise. Seasonality, people, tax loss, harvesting, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. If you're thinking about going long Tesla, you're in the range now. That said, your risk would be pretty low, meaning you got the low of day in today at 413. So you'd be risking about 3 or 4 points to the downside if you haven't traded Tesla yet. But I'm currently short. I just, I don't know how low it's going to go today. Looking more broadly at markets, pretty flat so far. Pretty flat. We're able to take advantage of a couple trades this morning. AMD stopped me out, and now it's turning around. So I may actually look to AMD for another position. Let me see. Possibly. Yeah, I might do AMD again here. 122.80. Let's see what it does with the VWAP though. NVIDIA pulling back. Microsoft now dumping. So that should bring the Qs a little bit lower. So I'll wait on AMD for now. Watching the Qs now. Microsoft dumping. So it could be a fun one to short here now. Well, what happened here? Okay. Okay. I will wait on Microsoft. That could be an opportunity to buy. We knew it was strongly correlated first, and now it's dumping. So that's not a good start there. Coin, let's pull up coin here. No problem in DR. Okay, cool. Yeah, you guys can hear me. Coin. Yeah, I like coin or MSTR even. The only reason I like MSTR is it's a little more volatile, frankly. All right, I'm gonna go for AMD here. 122.80. I'm gonna try it again. I didn't get a chance to post my my Tesla short. I just realized that. Sorry guys. I shorted that earlier. So we're in AMD now. Let's see if we can get a big move now on AMD. It'd be awesome. The one I was watching today. Tesla, we still got runners on Tesla. I'm gonna trim up here in a moment. Coin could be interesting here at 257 to the upside, and limited downside exposure. So I'd give it maybe 1.5 to the downside. But I think the Qs are going to try to bounce here. So I'm also watching Microsoft 42480 maybe, something like that. Anything over let's see, 12340 on AMD, I'll nail it for more. Guys, we're in that 416 range for Tesla. So hence why I trimmed up a little bit. Mark, do you think about going long coin, or are you trying to short it? I actually may take that trade too. Let's see. You guys watching AMD for an ad here over 12330. 12330. We get above that, I'm gonna nail this sucker for a big size. Getting there, getting close. Okay, I'm gonna take half off of Tesla just because I think Qs are trying to find some support in this range. We talked about the levels. There's three kind of tight levels this morning on the Qs. So you have 51433, 51492, and 51558 are levels that I have marked off, and literally we're bouncing right off of those. So call it a range, call it what have you, but this is like a buy zone typically, or at least an area we may bounce. But if we break below that, trust me, I'm going to load up everything to the short side. So not loving that. Also watching my MongoDB swing trade. Anything over that 236, I'm going to nail it this morning. We should get a breakout. Trying to be patient on AMD. AMD's been getting smacked around quite a bit, but I'd love to see a 125 print today. If I can get 2 points out of that today, it'd be amazing. I'm going to probably dump the rest of my Tesla trade here. Anything over 419. Guys getting ready to add on AMD. MongoDB getting ready to add there as well. Okay, get a dump here on Tesla 419 on the runners. Guys, AMD, let's print it, baby. Let's go. Let's go, let's go. A little more and we're going to add to this thing big time. I'm going to go full share size. Also watching Microsoft here at 425. Let's call it 425.40. I just nibbled there. Got some in there at 425 Microsoft. 425.40. Just got some in there. Let's see if we can print a little more. AMD nailed it, baby. Let's go. Happy New Year's, right? Let's go. AMD's printing. Let's add this sucker right now. We're going to add even more. I want a 125 print. Let's go. Bingo. Breakout coming over. 12350, guys. Here comes. Watching coin now as well. Watching this 257 level on coin. Do we hold or do we break lower? Yeah, I just saw your note, Mark. For sure, I'm kind of with you on that. Let's go AMD. Let's go. I want to see a pop over the high of session, which is 12348 or 45 rather. We got it just now. Here comes the breakout on AMD, guys. Anybody with me on AMD? Let's go. Let's go. We're gonna take a little bit off here in just a moment. Big old share size. Let's wait a little bit more. I want to see a little bit bigger push. Let's see if we get it. All right, I'm gonna take a little bit off. Awesome trade. Let's leave it for, we've got some runners, significant size. So let's let it do its thing here. And I'm going to add to my swing trade here on MongoDB. It's close enough. I want to see a 236 print, but we're technically printing over yesterday here in a moment. So I'm going to call it 235.80. I'm going to put some, that's more of a swing trade though, y'all. So. Yep, we got ran over on Tesla. No big deal. That was an awesome trade this morning. We talked about 416, so hopefully if you guys were looking to get long Tesla, you know, take advantage of that turnaround at 416. That would have paid you 4 points by now. Here comes Microsoft. Let's get a pop now. Over the 200. For those of you guys using the 200 EMA, keep an eye on it. Look at it. It's literally right there. Q's doing the same. SPY just, pop above that. Hence why we pay ourselves, right? Like you could argue, hey, if it gets over that 200 EMA, you should add, and let it keep going. Trouble is, it's New Year's, right? So people are wrapping up the year and maybe an opportunity to sell. So we're taking advantage of that psychology. Also watching AVGO this morning over the 200 right now. So 236.50. I'm watching this level currently. I'm going to add the Microsoft over 426. Lee, those are just markups. So like I take daily, hourly, and then basically break that down into minutes. Depending, it could be 15 minutes, 5 minutes. But I also like, so 514.92 as an example was an all-time high at one point for the Qs. I always mark those. And then the 50% retrace from that big drop that we saw recently, we'll call it the Jerome Powell hangover. The retrace put us back at 524.45. 50% retrace. I marked that as well. And we were rejecting that for quite a while. So it's not that it's an exact number per se, but it's just kind of an area to watch. Typically, you want to see 50% retrace on a move like that, and then see the behavior thereafter. So, guys, an example on AMD. The reason we pay ourselves first, right? Rule number one: pay yourself first. We got the nice move higher. We paid ourselves. Now it could pop and keep going, which is great. We've got runners to take advantage of that, but try to survive another day by taking partials, paying yourself. You can. So yeah. So Lee, I guess to answer your question, it's so I share those levels out loud with you guys just as areas to mark your charts to not burden you with all the lookup stuff. But yeah, so when I see confluence between fibs, retracements, all-time highs, certain levels, buy zones, sell zones, and also like typically, like let's say for example, if I'm in a day, where there's a lot of activity at a certain price level. Take Tesla, for example, at 416. I mark that level as I know that, hey, there's a lot of people buying or selling at 416. And it's repeated. So every single time it's gotten to this level, 416, 416, 416, buyers show up, buyers show up, buyers show up. Now look, right? But because we're still under the 200 EMA on Tesla, as an example, I'm still thinking it could be bearish. Worth noting, they're coming out with deliveries soon. So trust me, it could easily go the complete other direction and just take the top off, right? In anticipation of those numbers. All right, let's look around here. What do we see? Coin is interesting. Very, very interesting. This 257 level. AMD now pulling back. Don't love that. Yeah, we paid ourselves already, which is nice, but thought we'd get a little bit more of a push. Q's getting a little weaker. Microsoft also pulling back now. Don't love that. Let's see. Q's are getting kind of weak. Q's weaker than the SPY today, which it's been kind of the other way around the last week or so. May have to dump Microsoft here, unfortunately. I don't like this move. And the runners on AMD, not giving the warm and fuzzies. Well, hang on, because we're down like 10 cents on it. So anything under the close, I may dump the rest of my position here. All right, coin. Let's do it. 257. Let's nail this thing. All right, 257 coin. Totally don't mind switching directions if it tanks, but put my price a little further up, let it come to me. But I have a feeling if we're going to turn around in markets right now, it'll be abrupt and straight up. So on a day like New Year's Eve, you do not want to fight the tape, y'all. But keep an eye on the Qs and the SPY here. It is decision time. We are either going to print a big green candle or a big red candle any moment now. And we will be ready for either direction. Okay, AMD. No trade on coin just yet. We'll just watch it. Even if you guys took Tesla when I got out of my runners at 419, you'd be up 3 points. So pretty good trade overall there, I'd say. Watching BA now as well. Let's see. Jim, you're out. Right on, man. Happy New Year, brother. Happy New Year. Let's see. Yeah, it's right at the 200 EMA. So definitely, I'm looking for um, kind of a, I don't know, I want to call it a hypothesis or idea that some of the laggards become leaders. So like coin, for example, we'll get in at 257, but does it have a chance to just see some love into the new year? Possibly. We saw it pop big time. I know that the semis have been kind of left, right, center a little bit. Looking for the names that have been kind of beat down a little bit that are still great companies. AMD being the big one. Nvidia, I think, really has a shot at doing some incredible things at 25. So I'm gonna likely be continue to add to my portfolio on Nvidia. Guys, we're in coin. We just got filled on coin. I'm thinking about Microsoft again. This time, though, I need to prove that we're going to move higher. I think the Qs are going to literally launch any second now, guys. Like it's looking like a big blast off is coming. I'm going to add the coin over. Let's call it 25820. Microsoft just nailed the 200 right on the money and then pulled back. So if you're not using that, I highly recommend that you just take a look at it. We always say cue the disclaimer. This is not financial advice. This is literally just opinions, etc. But hopefully it helps make you better traders. Oh shoot. It's not good. Just ran over an HDMI cable. Guys, I like Microsoft here again. I think we get it. I think we're gonna get it on Microsoft. What's QUBT doing? Keep an eye on quantum names if you guys are interested in those names. QUBT, QUMCO. I'm watching those for levels that like might be appetizing to start building a position or buying a position. All right, it is decision time, Qs. Come on, coin. What was that? Let's see, Microsoft. Yeah, I think Microsoft is the winner today. 426 again. I might have missed it. Oh, that's a tough one on coin there. Ouch. Right under the close there. I might have to dump that. Along with AMD, I'm going to still hang on to a little bit. I like that it's respecting the close. And I'm watching the Qs. Microsoft, let's do it right here. I'm going to nibble. If we move higher, I'll add. So just got to fill it 42616 on Microsoft. Let's see if we can get a bigger pop here. Still in coin. I may add to my original position here on AMD, 12280. In fact, let me pull that up. Let's see. It won't be a huge ad, but it'll be something. Yeah, I'm gonna put it up there at 122.8 on AMD in case we turn and burn. Watching the Qs. SPY is pushing, and the Q's right at the 200 EMA. So if the Qs decide to start flying, I mean, 524 is a high probability on the Qs. If not, toilet. So it's kind of do or die time right now for markets. This consolidation at this 515 level, 514 to 515 level has been happening for, I don't know, 2-3 days now. So we should see it pop here. If bulls want to stay in control moving into the new year. If not, guys, I'm totally happy with dumping any long positions and shorting the heck out of everything. What's Apple doing? Okay. All right, coin. That hurts a little bit. Taking money away from my big trade on Tesla this morning. What are you doing? All right, I put my ad out there on AMD at 122.8. Let's see if we get there. If not, then it's fine. Coin kind of hurting me on this one. Happy to add to Microsoft if we actually get some movement, but the Qs are kind of reluctant right now to move higher. So coin, I got to dump this thing, guys, unfortunately. Painful move here on coin. I say it's painful. It's 2.5 points, but just, okay, out of the coin position, unfortunately. AMD, no ad here yet. Amazon? Oh yeah, actually, glad you brought that up. I like Amazon. Yeah, I think Amazon's into 25 is going to be a big stock. They just have a lot of potential around even the whole like quantum space, all the hyperscalers, so names like Microsoft, Google, Amazon, right? Like they all have a lot of potential to move a lot higher. That said, I'm also keeping an eye on names like BST, CEG, all nuclear energy space. No ad on AMD, guys. Market's looking like they're trying to roll over. So don't mind being bearish, but glad we got out of the way of coin now. Coin's breaking down. Might have to dump the rest of AMD here. It's every time it gets a little bit lower, it's bouncing. So I'm just watching the price action and order flow. on AMD. And it's not super scary, from our initial entry, we're down like 50 cents. Now, granted, if it really starts to break down, I'm going to dump and then short everything pretty much. Guys, keep an eye on the SPY now. That's a break that I don't like to see. Okay, it's a big break. Now it's time to short everything. Let's see. Anything under 514.33 on the Qs, guys, I'm going to literally switch directions and short everything, including the Qs. Probably get some put options on the Qs just to protect any kind of downside. Big break now in coin, guys. Glad we got out of the way of that. Back to trade management. We'd be down, what, 5 points if we held on to that thing? No thanks. Like a 2.5 point haircut, and we get out of the way. So we could have doubled our loss on that if we held on. Lesson learned. Have a plan, have a stop. Before you click the button, make sure you know what you're willing to risk, what you're willing to take. AKA have a target price. And does that, target price equal more than your risk you're putting on that trade? Okay, guys, getting ready to short everything. Let's look at the Qs now. I'm going to use put options here. Let's pull it up. Okay. Options chain. There we go. I'm going to see what we do under 51433. Okay. We tag that for just a moment in time. Any lower, and I'm going to just load up on shorts, but we'll wait. Because it's probably going to be, it's either a bounce zone or we flush. Fake out, take out. So we had that range 515.58 on the upside. If we hold that, we should break out to the upside. 514.92, kind of the center section, and then 514.33, the downside. Right. Hopefully that helps you guys. If we bounce here, I'm more than happy to, go along. They're playing a lot of these tricks here in the new year. No surprise, right? I mean, why not? You find liquidity, go get it. Amazon pulling back sharply now. Apple now breaking lower. Wow. All right, Qs are looking like they're trying to break down. So let's I have some of these long positions. I'm not going to hold on to Microsoft too much longer. Okay, pull that up. Friday. What does Friday look like? Let's see. Okay. Geez, at the money, those are pretty expensive. Qs. Hmm. I don't know. I got a feeling we're gonna bounce here, guys. I really do. Like if we continue lower, great. I'll load up on these Qs put options, but man, this is like tricky, tricky games they're playing. Watch, I'm telling you, we're gonna see a huge green candle coming straight up to like 518 on the Qs. Watch one huge spike, just pow. I'm telling you, I've got a feeling about this, man. They're playing some silly, silly games, and they're finding that liquidity and trapping people, and it's just we're gonna spike to 518. I mean, call options. Where's 518 at? 267 by Friday. Hmm. 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 Do I dare? Do I dare? Um, what are they? 265. All right, let's do it. 518 Friday expiration. 265. See if we can hit these things for what? Let's see, 30 of them. Let me wait for 51492 to get validated here. I don't know, man. A New Year's game. We're in, baby. Here come the cues. Instantly jumped 15 cents on it. I know it doesn't sound like much, but guys, when it comes to options, it multiplies quick. That's 450 bucks in like a blink of an eye. Tough market today a little bit. Slow chop up and down. Glad we got out of the way of coin though. That was tough. If we would have held on to that, that would have been very painful. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. All right, let's see. You didn't hop in any trades. Feel like anything would have gone long. Sold off immediately. Huh. Mark. Nice hit. Oh, you took it under 420, right on. Cover here. Yes, it's closed. Right on. 419. Yep. Yeah, Tesla's got, without a doubt, I mean, it's always going to be volatile, but again, I think we're gonna. I think the Qs are setting up the launch here. Um, I say that knowing that. Look, I've been kind of bearish these markets because I think some of these valuations are, you know, a little too lofty. We'll call it, but like we've seen this area of liquidity being tested over and over and over again, and we're finding buyers. Like, I just think, you know, if we're going to see buying happen today, it's in this level. If, and that's a big if, right? Because fundamentally, like, we could easily turn to the downside, easily. But I think, you know, bulls show up, make a run for it. Like right now, guys, I have 30 contracts right now, Friday expiration, 518 strike on the Qs, and I'm up 20 cents on them, so I'm up $600. I want to see this thing like launch to the upside. Anchor VWAP's right around that 518 mark anyways. Let's see if we can get some of this, get paid on this thing. I like Amazon here now, 22170. Let's start a position there. Amazon, it'll be a nibble. I'll put it out there right now. We're in 22170. Watch the Qs here now, guys, and the SPY. They should be in lockstep now. Qs are kind of stuck under the VWAP currently, but if we pop above that, guys, new high of day without a doubt. Like, I'm literally betting on that. So for you guys wondering, like, I don't know if this guy knows what he's talking about. Guys, I'm going to add the MongoDB swing trade right here. I like it. 23580. Just added swing trade. So I'm looking, I want to see like a 250 print on that in the next, I don't know, 3-4 weeks. We'll see. You know, anything like high 240s will probably take some off. That's MongoDB, MDB. All right, let's see the big boomstick now, straight up. If not, I've been wrong before, but I think this little area of liquidity has been kind of optimized, and we should see a move higher. Amazon, do I add over probably 222.40? Where I'll probably add. Right? Okay. I won't repeat that comment on the camera, guys. Here comes the boom on the Qs, y'all. We are up 40 cents on these call options. Let's go, baby. Let's go. $1,200 in what, 4 minutes? I mean, come on. Let's see if we get some more out of this thing. Let's get a boomstick. I put some up for sale here. We'll get rid of half of them at $3.24. I'm pretty sure I should get paid on that. Let's see. Let's let the day play out a little bit more. Pull up Bitcoin futures. What are we doing? Yeah. Guys, just take a look at the chart on AMD. Okay. Sell, 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 sell. Look at all the buyers stepping in now. Like, that tells me I think AMD's got a shot at moving like way higher. In fact, let's hit it again. Guys, look at MongoDB. Huh? Might take an early partial here on the call options and the Qs here, guys. Let's see. Seth, you said what now? Gotta go. Have a very happy New Year. Right on, Seth. Hey, man, happy New Year, brother. Appreciate you. I really do. And always you come in here with that positive energy, that good morning. So, right on. Happy New Year's. Who was it that had the countdown? Is that Michael P? He's out there in Thailand, I think. Guys, MongoDB performing beautifully. Let's see. I'm going to take a little bit off of the cues here in a moment. Those call options I got going on. All right. Let's see. Good. Yeah. I don't know. Said you got to go. Okay, cool. Guys, what else y'all watching? Here comes the green stripe on it on the cues, guys. Any moment in 3, 2, 1. All right, that's close enough for me. I'm gonna take a partial on these cues, guys. 319. We bought them at $2.65. Like, come on now. And this MongoDB trade could be freaking huge, huge if it lands. Again, target there is going to be longer term around 247 minimum. Like I'd say on the low side, I'd love to see a 258 260 print on MongoDB. And that, again, I don't mind letting that run for a couple weeks. You know, or first we started building a position 232 right on the dot. What's concerning this morning, Microsoft was stronger than some of the other names out there, and now it's getting kind of weak. AMD though, I mean, this 1, 2, 3 level, guys, is huge. I mean, you could probably, I might even buy it again right here. Let's do it. Let's AMD again. AMD, we'll do 1, 2, 2, 9, 4. And I like Microsoft. If there's going to be a name that helps lift markets, it's going to be Microsoft and NVIDIA today. You know, NVIDIA is holding that 137 level pretty well. But look at AMD, guys. I'm telling you, this is the one. Anything, let's call it 1, 2, 3, 20. I'm going to nail it again for big size. We're getting paid now, y'all, on these call options on the Qs. Boom. All right, AMD, come on. Start to rip. I'm going to hold these till, let's call it 124 and change. I'd like to get a little over a point here. I should get the rip now. Watch the Qs and the SPY. I want to see some conviction to the upside now. Again, watching levels, why we pay ourselves, like watch the Qs right now at the 200. It's there. It's at the 200 EMA. AMD just, the reason I went long, it went over the 200 EMA. Okay. Amazon, I'm going to add over that 22240. We always stick to the rules. Rule number 1, pay yourself first. So on the Q options, right, those call options, I took half of them off. Now we've got, you know, I'm going to take a couple more. Guys are printing at $3.50 now. 90-cent move. That doesn't sound like a lot, but guys, on options, it's multiplied, right? So this is a huge trade for me right now. Amazing. All right, I'm going to take some more off the cues here. Do, 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 do. Come on, AMD. Give me some juice here. Right? Yeah. Okay. For those of y'all who are thinking about joining the crew, look, this is okay. Like, that's why we pay ourselves. Look at this crazy, crazy movement here. What's happening? What is this? No news. Nothing. Just big sell off. What the heck? This is why we pay ourselves first, guys. It's New Year's. Playing games is a thing. If you were wondering if it's true or not, look at that. Across broad markets, everything just took that wild dip. Those bears showing up saying, hey, we don't want markets to continue higher. Notice the level on the Qs where that happened, though. Right at that 200. Look at Microsoft, right at the 200. Meta, right at the 200. Apple, right at the 200. Nvidia, right at the 200. The importance of that level, y'all. So important. Does that become the shakeout, the breakout? Now, here's the good news. Guys, rule number one, we pay ourselves first. If you're new to the community, rule number one, pay yourself first. This is why. You see one candle just avalanche. If you were like trying to YOLO a trade and you weren't paying yourself along the way, guys, one candle just like that could completely evaporate your, upside. Unknown news. Yeah, absolutely. This is the time, Mark, for all that. This is why, like, even for me, towards the back half of this year, I was kind of bearish, but I'm looking for opportunities to buy dips in certain names, i.e., like an AMD, maybe even a Microsoft. Microsoft's still kind of expensive, to be honest, but um, like, there's no doubt this is the time of year. You do tax loss harvesting, for if you're big fund managers. You do window dressing. In other words, it's like, hey, we've got to make our portfolio look nicer or attractive to get new investors, etc., by getting rid of some slop that maybe we picked up. Like, oh, hey, we're really bullish on I don't know, Peloton or something, and you were that fund where people started pulling their money out because everyone else picked Palantir instead of Peloton. And Palantir is just absolutely crushed. So you'll naturally, this is the time of year you're gonna see that more than any other time. You got the Santa Claus rally, you've got all this other stuff, but when you have news events that allow you to kind of spike the football, aka when Jerome Powell announced cuts and what banks are doing, etc. I mean, it's just kind of a perfect opportunity to provide an excuse. So when you call your, clientele, you say, "Hey, listen, great job this year. We did, 24%. I'm charging you 3%." And they're going to be like, "Oh, that sounds great." And they don't care, right? They made 24% on their money, but the reality is they don't realize that they could have been up 34% of their money. They just maybe were late to the party of getting out. So it is what it is. It's a different game when you're doing investments. Cue the disclaimer: I'm not a financial advisor. I'm not here to tell you all what to do. Just kind of been around the block here um, when it comes to these things. And this is the time of year where, like, we're going to see super high volatility, but we're going to see adjustment in certain names. So again, like MongoDB, I think has a shot at getting back up. They crushed their earnings, guys. They destroyed their earnings. Trouble is it's not a sexy name. It's not as sexy as an AI name that you might see out there. The name I'm waiting to go public is a company called Anduril, and they just did a deal with Palantir. Anduril, they do like a lot of like the drone stuff, but you don't hear about them. Do you guys remember? It's taking AV long. Their environment, they do drones as well. But Anduril is kind of the name I'm waiting to go public. If it does, that'd be awesome. Pretty gross price action right now, guys. Pretty gross. Bulls need to show up or I will short everything. And just like that, all right, getting out of these call options. Right? Microsoft looking really gross now. Was the stronger name today, and now just looks really gross. Everything looking like it's trying to aim lower now. Everything. Gross price action on New Year's Eve, y'all. Just chopping around sideways, which is usually a recipe for red days. So luckily we're banking profits today. That's the name of the game today. AMD's still looking good though. Love to see an explosive move to the upside on AMD to like 127. I don't know if we're going to get that today though. And Microsoft about to fall out of bed. Holding this 424.5 level from yesterday, but I don't know. I don't know if that's going to be good enough. Really thought it would push to like 428, maybe 429 today, but down about a point right now, but that's okay. Just trying to be patient. I think we'll see a shuffling of names. If you look just markets broadly, like everything is kind of flat. So some selling, some buying, but pretty flat. So no need to go heavy action today. But we should see probably about 11 o'clock, so in about, I don't know, 20 minutes or so, kind of a decision on direction, what the market's going to do. Doesn't really have a ton of news today. Yep. These are not looking great. SMCI, what's that doing? No, not what that. I don't know. QUBT maybe, QMCO I like the most. Well, hmm. Hmm. Yeah, kind of gross sideways action. So we're gonna build, pick a name, give yourself a tight stop if you're looking at something. I'm looking at QMCO right now. We've got our positions currently, but um, directionally, we should have an idea the next 20 minutes, and that direction should continue the rest of the day. I say should. There's no guarantees in this business, but I do think if bulls want to continue to remain in control in the new year, we do need to see at least a push above 520 on the Qs today, and the SPY needs to get really above like that 593 area um, to show that hey, like we're still in control. Right now, we're in like neutral territory because there's enough buyers and sellers kind of on both sides, but it is that time of year, right? We're to Mark's point, window dressing, etc. could be there. You look at BA. Let me take a look. Yeah, I like BA. BA's got a lot of room to 182. Trouble is they had some news yet again. I mean, BA's in the headlines, it seems like every day with some terrible news. Yeah, QMCO is probably going to be my next, I'd say, large trade. We'll see what it does here. Well, there's the decision. Q does not want to move up. All right, Joe, I'm going to get it to about 11 o'clock on some of these long positions, unless I get stopped out. But things are looking like we favoring the downside. These type of sideways days, though, really can cost a ton of money. You go up, you go down, you go up, you get down, you get stopped out, whatever. So days like today, smaller size, keep your stop in mind, put it in place so you don't have to think about it. Keep your sizing small, and if you get a directional move, then you hit it. Then you add your position. Giving some back today on a couple of these names, but I don't really mind. We had a big trade on Tesla this morning, and the Q call options. Blown away how incredibly uh, profitable those became. Yeah, I mean, right now the Bulls are in big trouble. They need to step in big time. If they plan to keep these markets propped up, if they don't, and they move out of the way, you're just going to go straight down. It's got. I mean, it's got to happen soon because this is. You don't want to see this. I get it's this time of year. Not a lot of people trading as much, but this is where you want to. This is the day you want to mark your calendar. If you're a fund manager and you haven't got out of anything, or you wanted to readjust or uh, reassert a portfolio in a certain sector, or what have you. Today's the day you got to do it. If you haven't done it already, most of them have, but you never know. There's those last minute corrections, and so you know I'm watching this QMCO 56. See what it does. Mark, this is the kind of chop that makes me keep the boat in the slip and party at the dock. Heck yeah. Actually, parties at the dock are always fun, man. Get the right crew together. It's always fun. So yeah, in 25, though, I do think, let's keep the themes top of mind. You know, AI, sure. Um, who's making money off AI is my question. And those are the ones you got to follow. Those are the trades you want to take. And then you've got, I think quantum is going to be the new buzzword everyone talks about. Geopolitical stuff obviously is going to have an impact on everything. But what's going on with AMD here? Come on. Mark, is that what you're doing this year? Hard end the dock. Still watching QMCO. I don't mind that it's getting cheaper. 55 now, 50, that 56 level. I kind of like it in there, but if it gets cheaper than that, I don't mind. Market's pulling back now. Not until spring. Yeah, it's cold out, huh? Here we go. 13 more minutes, and we should know where we're going today. And it's looking like it's down. That's the game. Make you think it's going to tank, and then bam, they just buy the dip. You don't catch me doing that yet. Try to nibble. Paid myself a little bit. This is pretty gross today. Got our long positions in place now. I'm watching QMCO. I don't know where the bottom's going to be, but I'm going to probably start nibbling on a position there. In and around that 55 to 56 level. What's AMD doing? What the heck's going on there? Well, listen, y'all. Let's see. You're staying in. I'm in New York at the moment. Although I'm in Florida. We got hit with the hurricane. Oh no. Unfortunately. Right on. New York is pretty awesome for New Year's. We love New York, Mark. So if we end up going out there, we'll have to hit you up. We love New York. In fact, the folks at the Baccarat Hotel in New York know me, unfortunately, better than specifically the bar. Um, they know me pretty well there. So I like good scotch. And they've always got a great selection there. So yeah, Mark, I'll hit you up next time we're out there. I think the last time we were there, we were in you stayed at, was it Gramercy? That area there? I think it's what it's called. I don't know. Kind of cool little area. Oh, you're on. Oh, yeah, right on. Yeah, forget. I think Mark, you told me that before. Maybe I don't know. I've got a really good friend of mine that lives on Long Island. He's freaking hilarious. I've got some friends I keep in touch with that live out in New York, and then I've got friends that I purposely don't keep in touch with because we've gotten into too much trouble back in the day. And I'm a happily married man, and that might jeopardize it. Guys, QMCO getting cheaper by the minute. I love it. I'm not buying anything yet. Now I'm going to move my potential entry down at like 52 and a half. If you don't mind. Cheaper gets, the better. Still watching the cues, guys. This is pretty gross. Like it's slow, chopping around, you know, not the greatest. What I'm kind of counting on today is that we see some consolidation at this level here that we're looking at right now. And then we move higher. That would be the ideal thing moving into 25. But there's no guarantees in this business. So we could very easily do the complete opposite. And we don't want that. QMCO 54. I'm hitting that thing for like 5,000 shares. Hmm. Any subtle move higher, instantly sold into. And now we're like, look at the cues, look at the SPY. We're just chopping around the VWAP. No real direction, no real movement, just everyone trying to get their shares out or in. Normally we see a day like this. I'm gonna call it a day of like calibration. I don't know, right around mid-December, December 15th ish time frame. We're getting this at the end of December. Um, I can't say I'm surprised, but I am kind of surprised to see the names like in AMD. Again, like look at Nvidia, look at Apple, look at Meta, look at Microsoft. They're all just sideways, up, down, but like more or less just sideways. Um, Same with Q, same with SPY. So people are just calibrating. They're going, hey, like, do I want more of this? Do I want less of that? Do I want more of this? Do I want less of that? Almost like trading cards a little bit. Now my MongoDB position is back to 234. Womp womp. I do think Microsoft's going to be a big winner. AMD should move with the flow. Amazon, in my opinion, is probably going to be a $300 stock in 25. When people really start to understand the breadth and capabilities of their business and the fact that they're completely vertically integrated, it'll only just continue to reduce their costs. That vertical integration, I mean, that just optimizes margins like big time. So I think once people really get a feel for Amazon's business, like they started to, they realized like, oh man, they make a lot of money. Like, yeah, no, hello. But I think the perception was like it was that door to door stuff. And when people start like actually doing the fundamentals, which is reading an annual report, and you realize, oh wait, they make majority of their business as being a hyperscaler. Well, what's next in hyperscaling, right? Well, you got AI, you've got now quantum computing, you've got there's always new breakthroughs in technology, and Amazon is majority of their business is in that space where they make all their margin. So now all they're doing is optimizing their margins through, on the delivery business because they're not able to do what Walmart does. And what Walmart is like notorious for is really squeezing the suppliers to get you the best price as a consumer because they're a logistics company, make no mistake. Like what they do is go, hey, look, like you want to sell chips? Cool. You don't come to Walmart to sell a bag of chips, 10 bags of chips, 10 pallets of chips. You come here to sell 30 million bags of chips. And we'll do that every month. So as a result, they can squeeze their suppliers and go, hey, look, as a result, because we're going to get 30 million of them, we want to buy, for X. So they're basically optimizing their margin because they know that they'll flood the shelves and consumers will buy it for a cheaper price. Hence why Walmart has cheaper prices than everyone. Well, Amazon is now starting to be able to do the same thing. And that's on multiple aspects of the business: shipping costs, delivery costs, time, right? Like the fact that you order anything from anywhere else, it's almost baked into the price now, the delivery costs. Whereas Amazon, they're almost taking that cost out because they're so vertically integrated. Their delivery costs is already like they already have drivers out there. So not to mention they have the gig economy in their favor too. I don't know if you guys have any friends that do Amazon delivery driving, but it's a really cool system. It's just like an app where you put in the whatever you're delivering and the app tells you where to go and you get paid a couple $100. So that last mile delivery, they're using, and I'm not going to say Uber drivers, but Uber like drivers to do that last mile delivery. Guys, keep an eye on QMCO here. 5480, I kind of like this level. Let's see what it does. Not a huge day for me right now. Gave a little bit back here on this AMD trade. Microsoft's kind of whatever. Amazon's kind of whatever. But had a huge trade this morning on Tesla. So happy for that. Not Tesla. Speaking of it, it's breaking down big time. Probably dump AMD here in a moment. That's too bad. All right, dumping AMD here. Kind of gross today, y'all. I tell you what, I'm gonna do this. I've got my position in Microsoft, Amazon. I'm gonna put hard stops in there just in case. But I'm gonna make some tea. Um, Obviously, market's looking like they want to aim lower. Tesla literally hanging off a cliff edge right now. Nvidia doing the same. Watching QMCO just because what a sell off today. What was it? $10 already. So, excuse me. I will be right back. Oh, there we go. Coming back. There's that sharp volume to the downside, y'all. Markets appear to be selling quite a bit. Again, watching the Qs. So the Qs under 514.33, we talked about that. We break below that, maybe 511.50. But if we undercut like we have now and we bounce above 514.33, maybe we get that strong push to the upside. Put it this way, the bulls know what's happening. If they give up that level, 511.5 is inevitable, and then we're talking 505 on the Qs. So if they're going to step up, it's got to be soon, like AKA in the next 10 minutes. If not, markets will continue to sell. You know, I'm tempted to take some on QMCO long here. My stop will be pretty tight. So let's do it at, let's see. Yeah, let's do it. 55 bucks QMCO. We'll build on it. If we bounce higher, then I'll nail it for more, up to, I don't know, 4,000 or 5,000 shares. We'll see. Yeah, trend is your friend. We're selling down today. I thought, push pre-market, bounce 200, stayed above it. Once we go up below that, down we went. But again, I'm watching 514.33. If we get above that on the Qs, I may go long a bunch of stuff. And that includes like coin. So coin's down here at 252. I mean, it's kind of a good price. But I don't want to call it like they look like hero trades, but these are levels now. Like coin at 252, that's level. Doesn't mean it has to hold it, but why not? Microsoft at 425 was a level, but it's given that up, and the Qs now are kind of looking like they want to break down further. So I'm not going to try to fight the trend or fight the tape. What I'm doing is just looking around for good opportunities to buy if warranted. If not, I mean, guys, I have no problem. I love shorting markets, so I don't have a problem shorting this stuff. The trouble is like, is this a trap, a bear trap, right? We subtle undercut on the Qs, getting more volume here. Like if we start dumping right here, like, yeah, I'm going to get out of everything that I have long right now. But this could be just like bait, dangling some bait for bears to come in, and then they just use that liquidity to push markets higher. All right, guys, I'm gonna go grab my All right, case in point, 514.33 level on the Qs. Barely got over that, barely. And then we saw sellers. So this is the fight, battleground right now. If we see a big red candle, no long positions. No long positions. We'll just get out of the way and watch the markets tank, maybe short some things. But if we see that previous candle get taken out on the Qs, I'm going to go long. Microsoft, Coinbase over 253. And I'll add on QMCO. Might even take Tesla over the close here. Call it 417.40. Tesla. Bulls are in deep trouble if they don't step in, like right now. I'm telling you. The Qs look really gross. So does the SPY. So do we end the year with a bang, or do we end the year with a dynamite bang to the downside? Uh-oh. Qs hanging lower. SPY has room to 586.12. And the Qs have room down to 511.5 if we continue this break. High probability right now that we break lower now. Unless we were correct and this turns into a big trap. Come on, coin. Okay. Tesla's sitting there. QMCO, I'll add over 55.70. Yeah, target on coin will be over 260. I'm going to take it for, I don't know, 7 points. May just leave some of these positions into the afternoon so I can continue on with my day. But gross, right? Sideways price action. You can't take big trades today unless you're trying to build a position for a swing, etc. But kind of a dangerous game to play today. I think we're losing some of the crowd here, but I'll tell you what, guys, it's New Year's Eve. Be safe. Don't do anything too wild, too crazy. But look, markets are obviously aiming lower. You're going to be taking positions, on certain levels, etc. Be sure to, risk management top of mind. But that's going to do it for me. I'll be back actually on Thursday. we'll be taking tomorrow off for the holiday. But if I don't chat with y'all, Happy New Year's to all of you. And I'm looking forward to 25, guys. I think it's going to be an amazing year, a lot of opportunity. So we will see you guys in the new year. Take care, and we will see you soon. Cheers. God bless.